Hey everyone, welcome to the channel and thanks for joining me tonight. Before you get settled, drop a comment and let me know from where you're tuning in from and what time it is there. I'm always curious to see who's joining me.
Now, find a comfy spot. Let your shoulders relax. Your breathing slow and easy. Close your eyes and picture the warm sands of ancient Egypt stretching out beneath a velvet night sky. The great Nile drifts gently nearby, its waters carrying whispers from thousands of years past. The air is calm, scented with lotus and myrrh, while distant stars reflect the glow of long-forgotten temples. Tonight's story is the legend of Bastet, the cat goddess. It's about a gentle yet powerful guardian whose protective spirit watches over homes, dreams, and hearts. Long ago, when the world was young and the Nile River sang soft songs to the land, there lived a great sun god named Ra. His light touched everything. Every morning he sailed across the sky in his golden boat. Every evening he rested in the underworld, safe until dawn. Ra had many children, but one was special. Her name was Bastet. At first, Bastet was not a gentle cat. She was a mighty lioness. Her name then was Sekhmet. She had golden fur that shone like fire. Her eyes burned bright red when she was angry. Her roar could shake the desert sands. Sekhmet was born to protect her father. Ra loved his people, but sometimes people forgot to be kind. They fought, they lied, they hurt the earth. Ra grew sad and tired. His light began to fade. One day, Ra said, "I need someone strong to punish the bad ones and keep my children safe." From his own eye, he made Sekhmet. She came from fire and power. She stepped onto the earth with paws that left prints of flame. The people trembled when they saw her. Sekhmet did her work well, too well. She hunted the wicked. She drank their blood like red wine. Her roar and destroyed villages of evil men. Her rage grew bigger and bigger. Soon she could not stop. She wanted to destroy everything, even the good people. The gods in the sky became afraid. "What have we done?" they whispered. "Sekhmet will destroy the whole world." Ra looked down from his boat. His heart hurt. He loved his fierce daughter, but he loved the earth too. He called the other gods to help. "We must calm her," said Ra. "We must bring her back to peace." The gods thought and thought. Then wise Thoth, the ibis-headed one, spoke. "Use joy," he said. "Use music. Use dance. Use the things that make hearts light again." The gods agreed. They made a plan. They prepared a great festival on the banks of the Nile. They brought red beer, beer dyed the color of blood with pomegranate and ochre. They filled huge jars with it. They asked the goddess Hathor to help. Hathor knew songs and laughter. She dressed as a beautiful woman. She played the sistrum, a rattle that sang like gentle bells. She danced with joy. When Sekhmet came roaring across the desert, chasing the last of the bad ones, she saw the festival. She smelled the sweet red beer. She paused. Hathor stepped forward. She smiled. She shook her sistrum. Soft music floated on the warm wind. Other gods joined in. They sang happy songs. They danced in circles. Their feet moved like leaves on water. Sekhmet watched. Her red eyes softened a little. She tasted the beer. It was sweet. It tasted like blood, but it was not blood. It was cool and good. She drank more and more. The music wrapped around her like a warm blanket. The dance made her paws want to move. Slowly, slowly, her rage melted. Her body changed. Her lion head became smaller. Her fur turned soft black, then shining bronze, then the color of desert sand at sunset. Her sharp teeth became gentle. Her roar became a low, happy purr. Sekhmet was gone. In her place stood Bastet, the cat goddess. She was still strong. She could still fight evil if she needed to. But now she chose peace first. She chose love. She chose home. Bastet walked among the people. She let children pet her fur. She curled up by firesides. She watched over houses at night. Wherever Bastet went, nightmares ran away. Evil spirits hid. Bad dreams turned to soft sleep. The people loved her. They built temples with columns like papyrus reeds. They carved statues of her with a cat head and a woman's body. They gave her jars of milk and fish. They played music for her every day. Bastet smiled. She knew she was both things, fierce and gentle. When danger came, she could call back the lioness inside. But most days she was content to sit in the sun, purr, and guard the world with quiet love. And so the legend began. The legend of the cat who protects your dreams. Bastet lived in many places. Sometimes she walked the golden halls of Ra's palace in the sky. Sometimes she wandered the green fields by the Nile. Sometimes she slipped into human homes as a small black cat with bright green eyes. But always she was the Eye of Ra. Ra called her that because she came from his eye. She was part of him. When Ra needed help, he sent Bastet. One time, a great darkness tried to rise. A monster from the underworld named Apep came. Apep was a giant snake made of shadows. Every night he tried to swallow Ra's boat. Every night Ra fought him with fire and light. But Apep grew stronger. He sent bad dreams to the people, nightmares of falling, of monsters, of being lost forever. Children cried in their beds. Mothers and fathers could not sleep. The whole land felt heavy and afraid. Ra grew weak from the constant battle. He looked at Bastet, who sat beside his throne in her cat form. "Daughter," he said softly, "the snake grows bold. My light is fading. I need your help." Bastet stood up. Her tail flicked. Her eyes glowed green like new leaves after rain. "I will go," she said. Ra gave her a gift, a small golden amulet shaped as his sun disk. It hung on a chain of light. When Bastet wore it, she could call the lioness power again if she needed it. Bastet traveled down to earth. She walked through villages. She listened to the crying children. She felt the fear in every house. She decided to visit each home one by one. First, she came to a little mud brick house by the river. A boy named Khepri could not sleep. He dreamed of dark snakes every night. He hugged his blanket tight. Bastet slipped through the window like a shadow. She jumped onto his bed. She curled up on his chest. Her purr started low, then grew warm and steady like a heartbeat. Khepri felt the vibration. It was like music inside his body. The bad dreams tried to come, but they saw Bastet's green eyes watching. They ran away. Khepri smiled in his sleep. For the first time in weeks, he dreamed of sunshine and playing by the water. Bastet stayed until morning. Then she moved to the next house. Night after night she traveled. She guarded old women who feared the dark. She protected babies in their cradles. She sat by farmers who worried about floods. Wherever she went, she brought calm. But Apep was angry. He sent stronger nightmares. He made shadows move in corners. He whispered terrible things. One night, in a big city, the darkness grew thick. People locked their doors. Torches went out. Even the stars seemed dim. Bastet stood on a rooftop. She felt the snake coming closer. She touched the golden amulet. Her body grew. Her paws became large again. Her head became a lioness. Her eyes turned red gold. Sekhmet returned for a moment. She roared. The sound shook the sky. Apep hissed and pulled back. But Bastet did not stay angry. She remembered the red beer. She remembered the music. She remembered dance. In Instead of chasing the snake forever, she did something new. She called the musicians. In every village, people heard soft sistrum rattles. Flutes played gentle tunes. Drums tapped like rain. Bastet danced. She moved slowly at first, graceful steps on rooftops, then faster. Her paws spun, her tail swirled. She leaped from house to house like moonlight. The people woke up. They saw her shadow dancing against the stars. They joined her. Children clapped, women sang, men played instruments. The music grew, the dance grew. Apep could not stand it. Joy was stronger than fear. The darkness shrank. The snake hissed one last time, then slipped back into the underworld. Bastet slowed her dance. She became the cat again. She sat on the highest roof and purred so loudly the whole city could feel it. The nightmares were gone. The people slept peacefully. Bastet looked up at Ra's boat in the sky. He smiled down at her. "Thank you, my eye," he whispered. Bastet curled her tail around her paws. She knew her work was never finished. Evil would try again someday, but she would be ready, fierce when needed, gentle always. And tonight, just like every night, she watches over you. After the great battle with Apep, Bastet returned to a quieter rhythm. She no longer needed to roam every night. The people remembered her. They built places where she could rest and watch over them from one sacred spot. They called these places temples. The greatest temple stood in a city named Bubastis, near the green delta where the Nile split into many arms. The city sparkled with pink granite and white limestone. Palm trees lined the wide streets. The air smelled of lotus flowers, fresh bread, and incense burning in small bowls. Bastet's temple was the heart of Bubastis. Tall columns rose like giant papyrus stalks, their tops carved with open lotus blooms. The walls glowed with paintings of cats sitting proudly, women dancing with raised arms, children playing with balls of string. In the center stood a huge statue of Bastet, her cat head held high, one paw resting on a sistrum, the other holding an ankh, the sign of life. Every day people came to the temple. They brought gifts, bowls of cool milk, fresh fish from the river, baskets of dates and figs, small gold earrings shaped like tiny cats. They left these offerings at the feet of the statue, whispering thanks. "Protect my home tonight, gentle one. Keep nightmares from my little daughter. Watch over my boat on the river, Bastet." Priests and priestesses tended the temple. They wore white linen robes and necklaces of blue faience beads. In the morning, they washed the statue with scented water. They dressed it in fine cloth dyed the color of sunrise. They sang soft hymns while shaking sistrums, those rattles that made music like wind through reeds or gentle rain. At sunset, the temple came alive with joy. Bastet loved music and dance. She taught the people that happiness was a shield against darkness. So every evening, when the sky turned orange and gold, the gates opened wide. Women gathered in the courtyard. They tied small bells to their ankles. They wore dresses of bright red, blue, and green, with golden collars around their necks. Men joined them, playing flutes carved from reed and drums made of stretched goatskin. The music started slowly. A single sistrum shook, shh, 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 like a cat's soft purr growing stronger. Then flutes joined, high and sweet. Drums tapped a steady beat, like a calm heartbeat. The dancers moved. They stepped in circles, arms raised like wings. They spun slowly, skirts swirling like river water in a gentle current. Their feet barely touched the stone floor. They laughed as they danced, light and free. Bastet watched from her statue's eyes. Sometimes, when the music was just right, her spirit slipped out of the stone. She became a real cat again, sleek and black, or sometimes golden like the sun on sand. She padded among the dancers, weaving between their legs. Children reached out to touch her fur. She let them. Her purr joined the music, deep and warm, vibrating through the air. The dance grew faster. Joy filled every corner. Worries from the day melted away. Tired shoulders relaxed, heavy hearts lifted. Even the oldest people smiled and clapped along. One night, a young woman named Nefertari came to the temple. She carried sadness in her eyes. Her husband had been lost on a trading journey up the Nile. Weeks had passed with no word. She could not sleep. Shadows followed her everywhere. She knelt before the statue and placed there a small clay cat, a gift she had made herself. Please, Bastet, bring me peace. Let me dream without fear. The music began. The dancers started their circle. Nefertari stayed on her knees at first, head bowed, but the sistrum called to her. The flute sang her name. Slowly she stood. She stepped into the circle. At first, her movements were small, careful. Her arms lifted only a little, but the rhythm pulled her in. Her feet found the beat. She spun once, then twice. Her skirt swirled. A smile touched her lips, the first in many days. Bastet appeared beside her, a small black cat with green eyes. She brushed against Nefertari's leg, purring. The young woman felt warmth spread through her chest, like sunlight after a long storm. She danced harder. Tears fell, but they were gentle tears, washing away pain. The other dancers smiled at her. They linked hands. The circle grew wider. As the moon rose high, the music softened. The drums slowed. The flutes played long, flowing notes like a lullaby. The dancers moved slower, swaying like reeds in a breeze. Nefertari stopped in the center. She raised her arms to the sky. She felt light. She felt safe. That night, when she went home, she slept deeply. In her dream, she saw her husband sailing back down the river, waving. A black cat walked beside his boat, tail high, eyes bright. She woke smiling. Word spread through Bubastis and beyond. The temple of Bastet was a place where sorrow turned to joy, where fear became peace, where dance chased away shadows. People came from far villages. They brought their troubles and left them at the gates. They joined the evening dances. They shook sistrums. They laughed under the stars. Bastet sat on the temple roof, watching it all. Her tail flicked happily. She knew joy was her strongest power. It was stronger than any roar, brighter than any fire. When evil whispered again, the music would rise. When darkness crept close, the dancers would spin. And Bastet would always be there, purring, guarding, loving, in the quiet moments and in the joyful ones.
Once a year, when the Nile waters rose high and the land turned green again after the flood, the people of Egypt celebrated Bastet with the greatest joy. It was called the Festival of Lights, or sometimes the Feast of Bastet. For many days and nights, the whole country turned toward Bubastis. Boats filled the river, carrying families, musicians, dancers, and offerings. The air hummed with excitement and the scent of fresh lotus and baked bread. Bastet loved this time best of all. It reminded her of the first festival that had calmed her rage so long ago. The sweet red beer, the joyful songs, the healing dance. Now, instead of one night of red beer to soothe the lioness, the people brought light. Thousands of small oil lamps, floating candles, torches that danced like fireflies in the warm evening air. The festival began at sunset on the first day. In Bubastis, the temple doors opened wide. Priestesses in flowing white linen carried the statue of Bastet outside on a golden litter decorated with flowers and ribbons. They placed her on a high platform overlooking the great courtyard. Around her neck they hung garlands of blue lotus and green papyrus. Her painted eyes, lined with kohl, seemed to watch everything with gentle amusement and quiet pride. People gathered in the thousands. They came from far cities like Memphis and Thebes, and from small villages along the winding river. Children rode high on their fathers' shoulders, eyes wide with wonder. Women carried baskets filled with fresh bread,
ripe figs and honey-sweetened dates. Men held jars of golden beer, flavored with cinnamon and honey, not the red kind from the old story, but sweet and bright. As true darkness fell, the lamps were lit one by one. First, a single flame flickered in a clay dish, then 10 more, then hundreds. Tiny lamps shaped like sitting cats, like little boats, like open lotus flowers. They floated on the Nile in long, glowing processions. They lined every street in Bubastis. They hung from palm branches and temple columns like stars brought down to earth. The whole city glowed warm orange and gold, as if the sun had decided to linger just a little longer into the night. Bastet's spirit moved among the crowds. Sometimes she appeared as a sleek black cat, slipping silently between legs and feet. Sometimes as a faint shimmer of light near her own statue. She felt the happiness rising like warm steam from fresh bread. It fed her strength. It made her protective power grow brighter than any fire or roar ever could. The music started softly, then swelled. Drums rolled like distant thunder wrapped in joy. Sistrums shook in every hand, shh, shh, like 1,000 cats purring together in perfect rhythm. Flutes trilled high, sweet notes that lifted hearts toward the stars. Harps plucked gentle strings, notes floating like petals drifting on calm water. Then the dancing began in earnest. Groups formed wide circles in the vast courtyard. Women in bright dresses of red, blue, and green spun slowly at first, arms raised like graceful wings, anklets jingling with each step. Men joined them, stepping in time, clapping hands in steady beats. Children danced too, small bare feet pattering on the cool stone, laughter bubbling up like springs. One special dance honored Bastet's 2 sides. Dancers wore double masks, one fierce lioness with burning red eyes, one gentle cat with soft green gaze. They moved in pairs. First the lioness leapt high and roared, fierce steps pounding the ground like thunder. Then the cat twirled lightly, paws soft and flowing, tail curling in elegant arcs. They circled each other slowly, then came together in an embrace. The masks fell away, revealing smiling, peaceful faces. The crowd cheered and clapped, the sound rolling like waves across the river. Bastet watched this dance every year from her place on the platform. It made her purr so deeply that the ground itself seemed to hum with contentment. During the long festival nights, stories were told around crackling fires. Elders sat on woven mats, children gathered close with wide eyes. They spoke of Bastet's beginnings as Sekhmet, of the rage that once threatened the world, of how music and dance had brought her back to peace. They told how cats, her earthly children, still guarded granaries from mice, chased away snakes, and kept invisible evils from crossing thresholds at night. One quiet night, in the middle of the festivals, a young girl named Merit stepped forward through the crowd. She was only 6, with neat braids tied with blue beads. Her mother had died the year before, and Merit missed her every day. Nightmares came often, dreams of being alone in endless dark, calling for a hand that never reached back. Merit knelt before the great statue. She set her little lamp down carefully among the other offerings. "Bastet," she whispered so softly only the goddess could hear. "Please watch over me like my mother did. Let me feel safe when the night comes. Let me dream of happy things." The festival was loud around her, music, laughter, dancing feet, but Bastet heard the small voice clearly. The green eyes on the statue seemed to soften, glowing just a little brighter. That night, as the festival continued with more lights and songs, Merit fell asleep near her family's mat by the riverbank. The floating lamps still drifted past on the water. Music floated on the warm breeze like a lullaby. In her dream, a gentle black cat appeared beside her. She had green eyes like fresh leaves after rain, and a purr like warm milk being poured slowly. The cat curled around Merit in a protective circle, tail wrapping gently. No shadows could come near. No bad dreams dared approach the soft glow of her presence. Merit dreamed of her mother smiling, holding her small hand, walking together through fields of blooming lotus under a bright silver moon. The cat walked beside them, purring steadily, keeping watch. When Merit woke at dawn, the festival lamps were fading one by one, but a small, lasting warmth stayed in her chest. She looked across the water at the temple statue. She smiled through sleepy eyes. "Thank you," she said softly to the morning light. The Festival of Lights lasted 7 full days and 7 nights. Each night brought more lamps, louder music, wilder dances under the stars. On the final night, when the moon hung round and full, the people released hundreds of floating lanterns on the Nile. Tiny lights carried prayers, thanks, and hopes downstream like a river of stars. Bastet rode on one of the largest ceremonial boats, her statue shining under torchlight. She looked at the endless stream of light on the water and felt full of love for these people who knew how to turn fear into celebration, darkness into glow. As the festival ended, the lamps went out slowly. Boats sailed home along the quiet river. The city of Bubastis grew still again once more. But Bastet's protection never ended with the last light. She returned to her quiet temple watch. She knew that joy, once shared so freely, lingered in hearts long after. The memory of music, dance, and glowing lamps stayed inside people. When darkness whispered again, they would hum an old tune, tap a foot to a remembered rhythm, smile at a cat crossing their path, and the shadows would retreat a little further. And every night, in homes across the land, real cats curled up on beds or mats, purring softly, keeping silent watch, just as their goddess did. Tonight, as you rest and listen, imagine a small lamp glowing softly beside you, a gentle, steady purr in the quiet dark, a faint, distant echo of sistrums and happy laughter from a festival long ago.
As seasons turned and years flowed like the Nile itself, Bastet's watch grew even quieter and deeper. She no longer needed great battles or roaring festivals every night. The people had learned her ways. They kept small statues of cats in their homes, fed stray felines scraps of fish, and whispered good-night prayers to the gentle goddess who guarded sleep. But Bastet never stopped working. Her favorite place became the border between waking and dreaming, the soft, misty place where thoughts slow, eyes grow heavy, and the world fades into color and shadow. Every night, when the last lamp was blown out and the last child tucked under blankets, Bastet slipped from her temple stone. She became small again, a sleek black cat with eyes like glowing emeralds. She patted silently across rooftops, through narrow streets, over garden walls. No door could keep her out. No wall could stop her. She moved like moonlight on water, effortless, unseen, always welcome. She entered homes through open windows, under doors, sometimes simply by curling up in the corner of a sleeping mind. Her first visit each night was often to the youngest ones. In a small house near the river, a girl named Isis dreamed of monsters hiding under her bed. She kicked in her sleep, small fists clenched. Bastet slipped onto the woven mat beside her. She pressed her warm body against the child's side. Her purr started low and steady, like the slow lap of river water against reeds. The sound wrapped around the bad dream like soft arms. The monsters shrank. They turned into harmless shadows, then into nothing at all. Isis sighed. Her fists opened. She smiled in her sleep and reached out to pet the dream cat she could feel but not quite see. Bastet stayed until the girl's breathing became deep and even, then moved on. Next, she visited an old man named Amenhotep. His knees ached from years of farming. His dreams carried him back to battles long past, loud shouts, flashing bronze,
fear that never quite left. Bastet curled at the foot of his bed. She let her tail brush gently across his ankles. Her purr deepened, warm and low like sunlight on tired bones. In his dream, the battlefield faded. Instead, he walked through golden fields at harvest time, the air sweet with ripe grain. A gentle cat walked beside him, tail high, guiding him home. When morning came, Amenhotep awoke with less pain in his legs and a quiet peace he had not felt in years. Bastet moved from house to house, village to village. She guarded mothers who dreamed of lost children. She sat with fathers who worried about tomorrow's flood or tomorrow's empty granary. She curled beside lovers who feared separation. For each one, her method was the same: presence, warmth, the endless rhythm of her purr. Sometimes the dreams were darker. In one city, a merchant named Seti had angered powerful men. He feared poison in his cup, knives in the dark. His sleep was restless, tossing, sweating, waking with a start every hour. Bastet came to him as a larger cat, golden-furred like the lioness she once was. She sat at the foot of his bed, eyes watchful and steady. When shadowy figures crept into his dream, she rose. Her growl was soft but firm, like distant thunder warning a storm away. The shadows hesitated, then fled. Seti slept soundly for the first time in weeks. In the morning, he found a single black whisker on his pillow, proof she had been there. Not every night required strength. Some nights Bastet simply played. She appeared in children's dreams as a kitten chasing a glowing ball of light. She let them run after her through fields of lotus and papyrus, laughing as they tumbled into soft grass. She taught them that dreams could be safe places, full of fun and wonder instead of fear. In one such dream, a boy named Ramses chased Bastet through endless sunny meadows. She leapt onto a low branch, tail flicking playfully. He reached up to touch her fur. When he woke, he still felt the soft brush of whiskers against his cheek. From that night on, he looked forward to bedtime instead of dreading it. Bastet knew that real cats, her earthly children, helped her work. House cats curled on beds, barn cats patrolled granaries, temple cats lounged in sunlit courtyards. Wherever a cat purred or watched with steady eyes, Bastet's protection lingered a little longer. People began to say, when a cat sits near you at night and stares into the dark, she is Bastet keeping watch. Years passed. Empires rose and fell. New gods came. Old ones faded in some hearts, but Bastet remained. She adapted. In later times, when people no longer built great temples of stone, she found new homes in quiet apartments, in small clay figures on nightstands, in the soft breathing of sleeping cats curled at the foot of beds.
Bastet's protection did not end at the edge of sleep. She stood watch at the quiet border between the waking world and the unseen realms, the threshold of every home, every door, every window where night air slips in and shadows try to follow. In ancient Egypt, people understood this. They carved small images of Bastet above their doorways, cat-headed figures with raised paws, eyes wide and alert. They hung amulets of faience beads shaped like seated cats around their necks, or placed them on windowsills. They believed that as long as Bastet guarded the entrance, evil could not cross. She was the keeper of the threshold. Homes were sacred to her. A house was more than walls and roof. It was a small world of safety, warmth, and family. Bastet loved the simple things inside, the flicker of an oil lamp at dusk, the smell of baking bread, the soft murmur of voices sharing stories before bed, the gentle scratch of a real cat's claws on a mud floor as it patrolled the corners. She taught her earthly children, the cats who lived among people, to help with this work. Every cat knew the rules without being told. They sat in doorways at twilight, tail curled neatly around paws, eyes fixed on the darkening path outside. They walked the perimeter of rooms at night, silent as mist, sniffing corners where cold draughts gathered. If something felt wrong, a strange smell, a shadow that moved when it should not, they arched their backs, fur rising like a warning flame, and let out a low, firm growl. Most times, the intruder fled before it even reached the door. Bastet smiled at their courage. She flowed through them, lending her strength when they needed it most. One quiet evening in a village near the desert edge, a family named the House of Hori lived in a modest home of sun-baked brick. The father, Hori, was a potter. The mother, Sekhmet, wove linen by lamplight. They had 3 children and one small gray cat named Mew. Mew was not large or fierce-looking. Her fur was soft and dusty from rolling in the yard. But every night she took her place by the front door, ears pricked, tail still. That night the wind blew stronger than usual. Sand whispered against the walls. The stars seemed farther away, dimmed by a thin veil of dust in the air. Inside, the family ate their evening meal, flatbread, lentils, and dates, and spoke softly of the day. Sekhmet noticed Mew staring at the closed door longer than usual. The cat's eyes were wide, pupils black in the lamplight. "Something outside," murmured Sekhmet.
Hori rose and checked the latch. It was secure. He listened. Only wind. But Mew did not relax. She stood, fur bristling along her spine, and let out a single sharp hiss. In that moment, Bastet was there. Not as a visible goddess, but as a warm presence that filled the small cat's body. Mew grew taller in spirit, her small frame carrying the quiet power of the lioness who once raged across the desert. Her green eyes, borrowed from Bastet, glowed faintly. Outside, something old and hungry had come. It was not a thief or a wild animal. It was a spirit of unrest, one of those restless shades that wander when people forget to honor the balance of Ma'at. It had no form, only a cold weight that pressed against the door like a heavy hand. It wanted in, to whisper doubt, to stir arguments, to steal peaceful sleep. The door rattled once, though no wind touched it. Inside, the children froze. The youngest began to cry softly. Mew stepped forward. She pressed her small body against the wood. She purred, not the gentle bedtime purr, but a deep rumbling sound that vibrated through the walls like distant drums calling warriors to stand firm. The purr grew. It filled the room. It wrapped around the family like invisible arms. Sekhmet felt warmth spread through her chest. Hori's shoulders relaxed. The children stopped crying and looked at their cat with quiet, trusting eyes. Outside, the cold weight hesitated. The purr was not loud, but it carried Bastet's ancient authority. It spoke of home, of love, of the sacred space no shadow could claim. The shade pushed once more. The door creaked. Mew arched higher. Her hiss returned, sharper, backed by the echo of a lioness roar that only spirits could hear. The cold weight recoiled. It tried to slip under the door crack, through a gap in the window shutter. Bastet moved with her cat. Mew padded to each opening in turn. At every spot she sat, tail curled protectively, and purred again. The purr sealed the thresholds like warm wax on a scroll. Light, soft golden light seemed to glow for a moment around the edges of doors and windows. The shade hissed in frustration, a sound like dry leaves scraping stone. Then it withdrew, drifting back into the desert night where it belonged. Mew sat down again by the door, her fur smoothed, her eyes returned to their usual gentle green. She began to groom one paw, as if nothing had happened. That night, the family slept deeply. No bad dreams came. No cold fingers reached for their hearts. Bastet lingered a little longer, curled in the corner as a faint shimmer only cats and sleeping children could sense. She watched the rise and fall of their breathing, listened to the soft snores, felt the peace settle like dust after a storm. She knew thresholds were fragile things. A door could be strong wood and bronze, but without love and watchfulness, it was nothing. With her presence and the small, brave cats who carried her spirit, every home became a fortress of quiet light. And so it continues. In every age, in every place where people live and love, a cat finds a doorway to God. It sits, eyes steady, purring low. It chases away what should not enter. If you have a cat that stares at nothing in the dark, who blocks a doorway with small paws, who curls against you when the night feels heavy,
That is Bastet at work. Centuries rolled on like grains of sand carried by the wind. The old temples of Bubastis grew quiet, their columns cracked by time, their walls softened by rain and sun. New faiths rose in the land of the Nile. New rulers came with different names for the divine. Yet Bastet did not vanish. She simply waited, patient as moonlight, until people remembered her in their own ways. She became a whisper in stories told by firelight. She lived in the eyes of every cat that wandered village paths or curled by hearths. She flowed into new lands, carried by traders, by travelers, by those who moved with the seasons or fled hardship. Her spirit crossed seas and deserts, finding homes wherever humans and cats shared space. In the bustling markets of ancient Rome, merchants from Egypt sold small bronze cats with jeweled eyes. People bought them not knowing the full story, but feeling something comforting in the smooth metal. They placed the figures on household altars beside other gods. At night, when the city slept, Bastet's energy stirred. She watched over the homes of the poor and the rich alike, her purr echoing faintly in the dreams of children who feared the dark streets outside. Further north, in colder lands where winters lasted long, cats became even more precious. They guarded grain stores from rats, kept company during endless nights. Farmers noticed how a cat's presence eased worry. Mothers placed kittens near cradles, saying, "Let the little guardian keep the night spirits away." They did not call her Bastet, but they honored the same quiet power, the one who turned rage to calm, fear to rest. As writing changed from scrolls to books and books to glowing pages, her legend endured. Old tales were copied, retold, adapted. In quiet libraries, scholars read of the Eye of Ra, of the lioness calmed by music and dance. Artists drew her, sometimes fierce, sometimes gentle, always with those knowing green eyes.
In the modern world, she found her place anew. In a small apartment in a rainy city, a student named Alex struggled with restless nights. Thoughts spun like storms, exams, future fears, the weight of being alone far from home. One evening, a black cat appeared at the fire escape window, meowing softly. Alex opened the window. The cat stepped in as if invited long ago, dried his wet fur on the rug, then jumped onto the bed. He curled against Alex's side and began to purr. The sound was low at first, then steady, filling the small room. Alex felt tension leave his shoulders, one knot at a time. He placed a hand on the cat's back. The purr vibrated through his palm, up his arm, into his chest. Bad thoughts tried to rise, but they met the gentle wall of sound and dissolved. Alex slept. In his dream, he walked beside a river under stars. A graceful cat with a woman's body and a feline head walked with him. She did not speak. She simply purred, a sound that carried across the water like music. When he woke, the cat was gone, but a single black hair remained on the pillow. Alex smiled. For the first time in months, morning felt possible. Across oceans, in villages and cities alike, similar stories unfolded. A child afraid of monsters under the bed found comfort when the family cat lay across their feet. An elderly person living alone felt less lonely when a neighborhood stray waited at the door each evening. A nurse on night shift felt calmer when the hospital's therapy cat visited, purring steadily against weary legs. Bastet no longer needed grand festivals or golden amulets. She worked through the everyday magic of fur, whiskers, and purr. She reminded people that protection could be soft, that strength did not always roar, that calm could be a choice renewed every night. She still carried her duality inside. When true danger came, when cruelty or chaos threatened the innocent, she could summon the lioness. In those moments, cats hissed with unusual fierceness, arched higher, eyes blazing. Shadows retreated. But most times she chose peace. She chose the slow blink, the gentle headbutt, the curl of a tail around a sleeping hand. Her story became part of the world's quiet undercurrent. Parents told children, cats see things we cannot. They keep us safe. Children believed it. Adults, even those who claimed not to, felt it when a cat chose to stay close during hard nights. Tonight, in your own quiet space, she is near in the same way. If a cat has ever settled beside you when sleep would not come, if you have felt an unexplained warmth, a vibration like distant music, if shadows have seemed less heavy when a feline friend is present, that is her echo. While empires crumble and rivers shift their beds, she remains unchanging, ever watchful, wrapped in the soft rhythm of her own endless purr. In the deepest part of every night, when the world grows still and even the wind holds its breath, Bastet sits in a place that is neither here nor there. It is the quiet center where all cats meet in spirit, a vast moonlit desert under an eternal sky, dotted with glowing lotus pools and warm patches of sunlight that never fade. Here she rests as both cat and goddess, sleek black fur one moment, lioness mane the next, always with eyes that hold the green of new leaves and the gold of ancient fire. From this place she listens. She hears the small sounds of the world, a child's sleepy sigh, an old person's slow breathing, the soft scratch of claws on a wooden floor as a house cat makes its rounds. She feels the moments when hearts grow heavy, when worry presses like a cold stone, when grief whispers too loudly, when fear curls tight in the dark. In those moments, she sends her purr. It travels not through air or water, but through the invisible threads that connect every living thing. It slips under doors, through cracks in walls, across oceans and centuries. It arrives as the faintest vibration at first, barely noticed, then grows steady, warm, familiar. A woman in a high city apartment lies awake, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow brings hard news. Her chest feels tight. Then she hears it, not with her ears, but deeper, a low, rolling hum that seems to come from inside her own ribs. She closes her eyes. The purr widens, filling the empty spaces in her mind. It says nothing in words, yet it speaks clearly. You are not alone. Rest now. The night is guarded. A boy in a small village wakes from a nightmare, heart racing. Shadows still cling to the corners of the room. He reaches down. His cat is already there, pressed against his leg, purring so strongly the bed trembles just a little. The boy exhales. The shadows shrink. He pulls the blanket higher and drifts back to sleep, safe in the circle of sound. An elderly man in a quiet nursing home cannot remember yesterday, but he remembers fear. The dark feels bigger than it used to. A therapy cat, a gentle tabby, jumps onto his lap without invitation. The man rests his trembling hand on soft fur. The purr begins. It is the same purr that once rolled through pink granite temples, of red beer festivals, of dancers under starlight, of lioness rage turned to gentle steps. The old man smiles without knowing why. His eyes close. Peace settles like dust after rain. Bastet does not tire of this work. She knows the world will always need her duality. There will always be moments that call for the lioness, when cruelty walks openly, when innocence is threatened, when balance must be restored with strength. In those times, her earthly children hiss louder, stand taller, eyes flashing with borrowed fire. But most nights, most lives, the gentle side is enough. The purr is her greatest gift. It heals without touch. It protects without battle. It reminds every heart that calm is possible, that rage can soften, that even the darkest night holds room for light. Sometimes, in very quiet moments, people sense her more clearly. A writer sits alone at midnight, words refusing to come. A stray cat appears at the window, meows once, then curls on the sill and purrs toward the room. The writer listens. Sentences begin to flow, slow at first, then steady. The cat stays until dawn. A tired parent rocks a fussy baby at 3 in the morning. The family cat leaps onto the rocking chair, nestles between them, and purrs. The baby quiets. The parent's shoulders drop. Exhaustion eases into something softer. Bastet watches it all from her timeless desert. She knows how her story has spread, not always with her name, but with her essence. People say, "Pats have magic." They say, "When my cat sleeps on me, everything feels better." They say, "I don't know why, but I feel watched over." They are right. Tonight, as your own eyelids grow heavy, she is already near. Perhaps you have a cat beside you, curled in a perfect circle, engine running low and steady. Perhaps there is no cat in the room, but you feel it anyway. A warmth at the foot of the bed, a vibration under your pillow, a sense that the dark is not empty.
In the winter of 2025, in a quiet neighborhood in Canada, a young woman named Maya lived alone in a small apartment on the 3rd floor of an old brick building near High Park. Snow fell softly outside her window most nights, muffling the city sounds until everything felt wrapped in cotton. Maya worked long hours as a graphic designer from home. Lately, the work had piled up, deadlines pressed close, and sleep became something she chased rather than found.
She had always loved cats. When she was small, her family had a tabby named Luna who slept at the foot of her bed and chased away bad dreams with a single flick of her tail. After moving to the city, Maya adopted a rescue cat she named Sekhmet, after the fierce lioness from the old stories she read as a child. Sekhmet was small, black with faint silver stripes, green eyes that caught every light, and a purr that sounded like a tiny motor starting up on cold mornings. For months, Sekhmet was simply her companion, curling on the keyboard during Zoom calls, batting at dangling earbuds, sleeping in sun patches on the windowsill. But one January night, something shifted. Maya had been working until 2 a.m. again. Her eyes burned. Her thoughts raced in circles. Client revisions, unpaid invoices, the quiet fear that she wasn't good enough. She closed her laptop, turned off the desk lamp, and crawled under the duvet. Sekhmet jumped up immediately, kneading the blanket before settling against her side. Maya tried to sleep. She counted breaths. She counted backwards from 100. Nothing worked. The room felt too small. Shadows in the corners seemed thicker than usual, almost moving when she wasn't looking at them directly. Old doubts whispered louder than ever. You'll fail. You're alone. No one cares. She pulled the covers over her head. That was when Sekhmet did something new. The cat rose slowly, her small body tensed. She walked in a deliberate circle around Maya on the bed, once, twice, 3 times, tail low and straight like a line drawn in the air. Then she sat facing the bedroom door, ears forward, eyes wide and glowing faintly in the dark. Maya peeked out from the blanket. "What is it, girl?" Sekhmet did not turn. Instead, she began to purr, not the usual soft rumble, but deeper, steadier, almost like a low drumbeat echoing from somewhere far away. The sound filled the room slowly, pushing against the walls, pressing into Maya's chest until her racing heart began to match its rhythm. The shadows in the corners thickened. They stretched like ink spilled on water, reaching toward the bed. Maya's breath caught. She felt cold fingers of panic brush her skin. Sekhmet's purr grew louder. The cat's eyes shifted, green deepening to gold at the edges, pupils narrowing to thin slits. For a moment, her outline blurred, as if another shape flickered beneath the fur, larger shoulders, a proud mane, the hint of a lioness ready to rise. One of the shadows hissed, a dry, angry sound. It lunged toward the bed. Sekhmet stood, her back arched high, her fur lifted in a perfect ridge from head to tail. She opened her mouth and let out a sound that was not quite a meow and not quite a roar, something in between, sharp and commanding. The shadow froze mid-reach. Sekhmet stepped forward, paws silent on the duvet. She placed herself between Maya and the darkness. The purr never stopped. If anything, it deepened, vibrating through the mattress, through Maya's bones, turning fear into something warm and solid. The other shadows gathered, swirling like smoke. They tried to circle, to find a way past the small black cat, who now seemed much larger in the dim light. Sekhmet tilted her head. She blinked once, slow, deliberate, the way cats do when they say, "I see you, and I am not afraid." Then she began to move, not in anger, but in grace. She stepped lightly across the bed in a slow circle, tail curling and uncurling like a ribbon of moonlight. With each step, the purr changed, rising and falling in a gentle melody, almost like music played on strings made of breath. The shadows hesitated. One reached out again, and Sekhmet spun toward it, paws dancing in place, and the shadow recoiled as if burned by light. Maya watched, her heart still pounding, but slower now. She felt the vibration travel up her spine, loosening knots she hadn't known there were. Sekhmet danced on, small leaps, soft turns, tail swirling. The purr became a song without words, carrying memories Maya didn't know she had. Warm sand under paws, a shake of a sistrum, laughter rising from a riverbank festival long ago. One by one, the shadows shrank. They hissed, they twisted, but the gentle rhythm was stronger. It filled the room until there was no space left for darkness. The last shadow thinned to a wisp, then vanished like smoke in wind. Sekhmet slowed. She stopped in the center of the bed. Her eyes returned to their usual soft green. She shook herself once, as if shaking off dust, then walked back to Maya's side, curled into the familiar spot against her ribs, tucked her nose under her tail, and let the purr settle into its everyday gentle hum. Maya exhaled long and slow. Tears slipped down her cheeks, not from fear, but from relief. She rested her hand on Sekhmet's back. The cat pressed closer, purring louder for a moment, as if to say, "It's over, you're safe." Maya closed her eyes. For the first time in weeks, sleep came quickly, deep, dreamless at first, then softening into something brighter. In the dream, she walked beside a river at twilight. A black cat with green gold eyes padded next to her. No words passed between them, only the steady rhythm of paws on warm earth and a low, comforting purr that echoed across the water. When morning light touched the curtains, Maya woke slowly. Sekhmet was already stretching, yawning wide, then bumping her head against Maya's chin in greeting. The room felt different, lighter, even with snow still falling outside. Maya smiled. She scratched behind Sekhmet's ears. "Thank you," she whispered. Sekhmet blinked once, twice, then hopped down to find breakfast, tail high, as if nothing extraordinary had happened. But Maya knew. The goddess had walked in her home that night, through small black paws and a faithful purr, and she would come again whenever the shadows tried to return. Tonight, if shadows gather near your own door, if worries press close in the quiet hours, listen for the faint vibration. It may be a cat settling beside you. It may be something older, gentler, stronger. Bastet is still here.
Far beyond the waking world, in the silver-grey space where dreams begin to take shape, a man named Elias found himself standing on the edge of an endless desert. The sky above was the color of deep twilight, streaked with the last threads of sunset, red as fresh pomegranate juice, gold as molten honey. The sand under his bare feet was still warm from the day, shifting softly with each step. Elias did not remember how he arrived here. He only knew the weight in his chest had followed him from the real world, a heavy knot of anger and grief that had been growing for months. His sister had been taken by illness too soon. Words left unsaid, regrets that replayed in quiet moments. During the day, he pushed them down. At night, they rose like smoke, choking his sleep. Tonight, the smoke had become a storm. In the dream, the horizon burned brighter. A low rumble rolled across the dunes, not thunder, but something alive. Elias turned. From the red glow stepped a figure. At first, she was lioness, massive shoulders rolling under tawny fur, mane like flames caught in wind, eyes burning gold red with ancient fury. Her paws left prints of fire on the sand. She opened her mouth and roared, a sound that shook the sky and made Elias's knees buckle. The roar carried every unsaid word, every swallowed tear, every moment of helpless rage he had buried. He fell to his knees. The storm inside him answered. Shadows poured from his chest, dark shapes of blame, of loss, of if only. They swirled around him, growing taller, sharper, reaching with claw-like hands. The lioness, Sekhmet, advanced. Her roar deepened. The shadows recoiled but did not flee.
They hissed back, feeding on the fury she carried. Elias covered his ears. "Stop," he whispered. "Please, stop." The lioness paused. Her burning eyes softened at the edges. She lowered her head. The mane shimmered, then shortened. Fur darkened to sleek black. The massive form shrank gracefully until a small cat stood before him, black with silver threads, green eyes steady and kind. Bastet. She stepped closer. Her tail curled once around his wrist like a gentle bracelet. She pressed her forehead to his chest, right over the knot of pain. A low purr began, slow, deep, vibrating through his ribs like warm water spreading through dry earth. The shadows hesitated. Bastet began to move. She circled him slowly, paws leaving faint trails of soft light in the sand. With each step, the purr rose and fell in gentle waves, like music played on strings of moonlight. She leapt lightly onto a low dune, spun in place, tail swirling in elegant arcs. She danced, not wildly, but with deliberate grace, as if inviting the desert itself to remember joy. Elias watched. His breathing slowed. The shadows twisted, trying to hold their shape. Bastet danced closer. She brushed against his legs, purring louder. She rose on hind paws, forepaws resting lightly on his knees, and looked up. Her green eyes held no judgment, only quiet understanding. One shadow lunged forward, dark fingers reaching for Elias's throat. Bastet spun toward it. She did not roar. Instead, she arched her back high, fur lifting like a halo of light. The purr sharpened for a single heartbeat, then softened again into melody. She stepped between Elias and the shadow, tail flicking like a conductor's baton. The shadow wavered. It tried to push past. Bastet danced again, faster now, but still gentle. She leapt in small circles around the shadow, purring in rising notes that sounded like laughter wrapped in velvet. The shadow shrank with each turn. It hissed, it clawed at the air, but the rhythm was unbreakable. Light from her paws spread outward, turning sand to glowing dust. One by one, the shadows dissolved. The last one, the largest, shaped like a clenched fist of grief, reared up. It spoke in Elias's own voice. "You failed her. You will always fail." Elias flinched. Bastet stopped dancing. She sat directly in front of him, facing the shadow. She blinked once, slow, deliberate. Then she rose and walked straight through the dark shape as if it were mist. The shadow parted around her like smoke around a flame. She reached Elias again. She pressed against him fully, small body warm, purring so deeply it felt like the earth itself was breathing with him. The knot in his chest loosened, not gone, but softer, manageable. The red horizon faded to gentle violet. Stars appeared overhead, bright and close. Bastet curled at his feet in a perfect circle. Her purr continued, steady, endless, a lullaby older than time. Elias sat down beside her. He rested his hand on her back. The warmth spread up his arm into his heart. In the dream, he spoke for the first time. "I miss her." Bastet lifted her head. She touched her nose to his palm. No words, only the purr, saying, "I know, and it is allowed." Tears came then, quiet, cleansing. They fell on her fur and disappeared like dew. The last shadows melted completely. The desert grew still, peaceful. Elias lay back on the warm sand. Bastet moved to his chest, curling there like she belonged. Her breathing matched his. The purr wrapped around them both. The dream began to soften at the edges. As Elias drifted deeper into rest, he felt her presence linger, not as lioness or goddess, but as the quiet certainty that grief could coexist with peace, that rage could burn out into gentle light, that someone, something ancient and loving still watched. Winter in Cairo brought a different kind of storm. Not snow, but a sudden come-seen wind from the south, hot and dry, carrying fine sand that turned the sky orange and seeped through every crack. That February night in 2026, the wind howled through the narrow streets of old Cairo, rattling wooden shutters and cutting power to the quarter around Khan el-Khalili. In a small apartment above a spice shop near Al-Azhar Mosque, Lena and her 8-year-old son Noah sat huddled under blankets on a low divan. The air smelled of cardamom and dust. A single battery lantern cast warm yellow light across patterned rugs and shelves lined with brass trays. Noah pressed close to his mother, knees drawn up. "Mom, the monsters are coming back," he whispered. His voice trembled. Ever since his father left 2 years ago, these fierce winds brought the same fear. Dark shapes in corners, things that might reach out when the lights died, and the sand whispered against the windows like angry voices. Lena stroked his hair. "They're just shadows, Habibi. The wind's making noise, that's all." She held up their one working lantern, a small brass one shaped like a mosque lamp, its glow steady amid the chaos outside. The power had been out for hours. Phones were dying. The fan stopped turning. Lena tried to keep things calm, reading stories by lantern light, humming old songs, but Noah's eyes stayed wide, watching every flicker as sand tapped the glass. Then something scratched at the wooden shutter. Lena froze. Noah sat up straight. What was that? Another scratch, soft, insistent. Lena stood, lantern in hand, and peered through the slats. A small black cat sat on the narrow balcony outside, fur dusted with sand, green eyes bright against the orange sky. The cat lifted a paw and tapped the shutter again. "It's freezing out there in this wind," Lena said. She unlatched the shutter just enough. Hot, gritty air rushed in. The cat slipped through like it had been waiting, shook sand from its coat, and padded straight to the divan. Noah stared. "Can we keep it?" "Just until the storm passes," Lena said, closing the shutter. She found an old towel and dried the cat gently. The cat did not run or hiss. It leaned into her touch, then jumped onto the divan between mother and son. The cat curled against Noah's leg. Almost immediately, a low purr started, deep, steady, vibrating through the blanket. Noah's shoulders dropped a little. "It's warm," he said. "Yeah, it is." The wind screamed louder. Shutters rattled. Sand hissed against the walls. Noah tensed again. The lantern flickered as batteries weakened. Shadows grew longer, creeping across the rugs like fingers. The cat rose. It walked in a slow circle around Noah, once, twice, tail low and deliberate. Then it sat facing the darkest corner of the room, ears forward, eyes glowing faintly in the lantern light. The purr deepened. Noah watched. "What's it doing?" "I think it's guarding us," whispered Lena. In the corner, the shadows seemed to thicken, swirling slowly with the dust. Noah's breath quickened. "They're moving, Mom." The cat blinked once, slow, calm. Then it began to move. It stepped lightly across the cushions, paws soft and sure. It leaped to the low table, spun in a small, graceful circle, tail curling like a ribbon. The lantern light caught its fur, turning black to silver edges. With each turn, the purr rose and fell, almost like a melody, gentle, rhythmic, soothing. The shadows hesitated. The cat danced on, small leaps from table to divan arm, slow twirls that made the lantern beam sway like a spotlight. The purr grew warmer, filling the room. It pushed against the hot wind, against the fear. The sand outside still hissed, but inside the sound felt farther away. Noah's eyes followed the cat. His small hand reached out. The cat paused, pressed her head into his palm, then continued her quiet dance, circling him now, brushing against his legs, tail wrapping briefly around his wrist. The shadows shrank back. One dark shape stretched towards Noah. The cat turned towards it, arched her back just a little, and let the purr sharpen for a single moment, strong, protective. The shadow recoiled, like it had touched something hot. It thinned, dissolved into nothing. The others followed, melting into the walls until only the lantern's soft glow remained. The cat slowed. She returned to Noah's lap, curled into a tight ball, and resumed the gentle, everyday purr. Noah's hand rested on her back. His breathing matched the rhythm. Lena pulled the blanket higher around them both. Outside, the scene began to ease. The wind dropped to a murmur. Sand settled. Hours later, just before dawn, the power flickered back on. Lights hummed to life. The fan stirred again, but Lena and Noah did not move. The black cat stayed curled between them, eyes half closed, purring softly. Noah whispered, "She kept the monsters away." Lena kissed the top of his head. "Yeah, she did." The cat blinked slowly, once, twice, then stretched and hopped down. She padded to the balcony door, looked back once, and slipped out when Lena opened it. Sand swirled around her as she vanished into the grey morning. Noah watched her go. "Will she come back?" Lena smiled. "I think she'll be around whenever we need her." That night, when the house was quiet again, Noah fell asleep easily. No shadows came, only the memory of a warm purr lingered in his dreams. And somewhere in the old city, a small black cat with green eyes walked rooftops under clearing stars, tail high, ready for the next quiet call.